Thank you. And then should we have somebody admitted in the waiting room there? Or?
No.
Okay,
Because they should be watching on YouTube.
perfect. So we'll just ignore that.
Coleman's got it.
All right. Thank you. I will go ahead and call this meeting to order. Let me call roll. I'm Joshua Stegner. I'm present. Andrea LaFleur.
Present.
Talia Henry.
Present.
Thank you. Dory Burnett.
Present.
Thank you. Sarah Hayworth.
Present.
Thank you. Dina Cusis.
Present.
Thank you. And then Denise Burchett.
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Saunders is not here. Truth Nube.
Present.
Thank you. Craig Wilson.
Present.
Thank you. If you would all please rise with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll need an approval of tonight's agenda.
I motion to approve.
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you. All right, we'll vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nay? Any abstain? All right, the agenda is approved for tonight. Next, we'll need an approval of the minutes from the May 8th meeting.
Dina Cusis, so moved.
And if I could have a second, please.
I second.
Thank you, Talia. Again, we'll vote. All in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Any nay? Any abstain?
Abstain.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any communication from the public tonight?
Not here.
Terry, okay. Anybody that filled out a form down in Redlands to speak? Or Santa Clarita?
Nothing in Santa Clarita.
Thank you.
Nothing in Redlands.
Thank you. Any comments from board members concerning items not on tonight's agenda? Not, then we'll move on to approving our consent agenda. Hopefully you've had a chance to review the consent agenda. If there's nothing that needs to be discussed further or removed from the consent agenda, I would ask for a motion to approve.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I second.
Okay, we'll vote to approve. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any nay? Any abstain? Then the consent agenda is approved. Next will be a report and communication from the first executive director and then chief business officer. I'll turn it over to you, Denise.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we have two retirees this year, well, three, but two that I'm gonna recognize. The first one is Angela Rudolph. Angela, she likes to call herself a vintage Gorman teacher. She was hired on August 4th, 1998. So she's actually I think she is one of the very first teachers ever hired on. This was before Gorman was Gorman. It was when it was called California 1-to-1. So she's very much a vintage Gorman teacher. So yeah, she was hired by Charlie Lincoln as a teacher for 1-to-1. The school that has transitioned to our current school after many name changes. Charter schools were new and she started out with a handful of students. She recalls seeing bears in the hills along the road while driving to Forest Falls to visit one of her first families. She cannot recall how many students and families that she has served or lives that she has touched. She has been dedicated to our purpose to assist the parents in their chosen task to educate their students at home. For Angela, it has been a sacred calling to guide both adults and students and enable both to achieve personal goals for the youth while supporting and training the adults. She quotes, "One of our teachers, Bill Norton, once stated, 'It is the role of the Gorman teacher to train our parents to be great tutors.'" In the spring of 1999, Angela organized the state testing for both Redlands area and Riverside students. This spring testing task lasted 20 years, so she was our testing coordinator for 20 years. Some of these years, her sites tested between 300 and 350 students in 1 week. She could not have done this without the help of all the local teachers and staff. Interested in curriculum options that work for students learning from home, Angela attended homeschool conferences, studied many of the educational vendor catalogs, and visited teacher stores. This understanding of curriculum resulted in her being offered a position as the Gorman Curriculum Coordinator. Her initial task was to develop the first set of Gorman box sets. She created 2 standards-based sets for kindergarten through 8th to promote a choice of learning options. Several years later, she created the first bundles, which provided a way to order for high school and math options outside of the traditional box set. Both the original box sets, then the bundles, have been very popular and helped simplify ordering at the same time as providing curriculum that was standards-based. After the box set project was completed, the next step was to provide a way to help teachers track standards met and teach the parents what educational standards were. She developed a very unpopular tracking sheet called the Blueprints. That means teachers didn't like them too much, but they learned to like them. She studied the relationship between the California State Content Standards and the test blueprints, which were used to develop the California State test. She identified what students would be tested on and helped the teachers and parents personalize their learning goals. This is similar to what Jana's online documents do today. Our first visiting WASC committee were very impressed by these tracking sheets. Angela was a member of the first three to four WASC committees. One of the best ideas from the first WASC committee was the idea of providing resources or tutoring centers. See, this is how much history she's really got. The purpose of these locations were to provide the support which was identified by ourselves as most needed, tutoring in math, writing, and science labs. From these ideas arose our resource centers. The original purpose of the resource centers were those 3 areas which many parents struggled to provide on their own. Another task that was assigned by administration was to create benchmark assessments that would help predict how the Gorman students' success on pre-Common Core state testing. Using the state standards and the testing blueprints released by the state, she was able to create tests that closely resembled the type of questions asked on the spring assessments. Today we use iReady. When the CASE, the California High School Exit Exam, became a requirement for graduation, we discovered that several of our students were not able to graduate due to the low performance levels on the math test. Angela used her previous experience in studying the testing blueprints to develop a math review course targeting those areas frequently missed and most challenging for this special population. She offered to teach any of our Gorman students in the basics of math to prepare them to pass the KC, thus enabling them to earn their diploma. This led to offering a pre-algebra support that led to teaching pre-algebra as a Redlands Resource Center facilitator. This then led to about 6 years of tutoring as a Title I math teacher, all while being a PLT. Angela has been a mentor teacher, a favorite presenter of curriculum at PDD meetings, a Redlands Resource Center supervisor, and a teacher representative to the Gorman Board Yes, we did used to have teacher representatives on the Gorman Board, as well as a member on many other committees over the years. When Gorman wanted to start a CTE program, she was invited to join original CTE advisory team led by Jennifer Dirksen. During this time, she earned a CTE credential and attended coding seminars with Jennifer. She and Jennifer also attended a Career Tech Student Org Conference and helped with judging the event. They wanted to investigate what the CTSO program was all about. Angela will miss her Gorman family. She is looking forward to spending time with her children and grandchildren. She has many tasks and hobbies that she has not been able to find time for, and looks forward to reigniting those activities. In 25 years, she has made many friends through Gorman and hopes to maintain contact with many of her colleagues that are now dear friends. She thanks Gorman for providing this wonderful career that enabled her to use many talents to bless the school and those students and families that she has served over the years. Although it is hard to say goodbye, she looks forward to the future. It's interesting to see some of our veteran teachers, we're all reaching that retirement, those retirement years, and so many have been with Gorman, from the very beginning. And I just really appreciate the fact that, we've had these veteran, experienced teachers. And this, Angela, she was one of those teachers. She was very thorough, and she would turn in her paperwork. It was perfect. She just was an amazing. Anyways, we will miss her. This next one is for Wayne Snowden. Can you pull your microphone closer? Thank you. Retirement is not just, Wayne Snowden, he's retiring from the Redlands Resource Center as a facilitator. Retirement is not just a job, it's an adventure. Sorry, I kind of stole that line from the Navy recruiters. I wanted to say how I have really enjoyed my time at the Redlands Resource Center and Gorman, working with hundreds of students and tons of staff that make the organization function. Miss Michelle Julian and Miss Mickey Smith were the administrators of the Redlands Resource Center who interviewed and hired me as a part-time tutor and facilitator in September of 2014. I had been recovering from a cervical neck injury for about 2 years and had recovered to a point where I was able to begin working as much as my injury would allow. This was a great opportunity to put my teaching skills back to work. I started in tutoring and then was given a 5th grade history class before we changed the names to workshops. Next came the A+ and computers class, a 10th grade world history, a 11th grade history, and a 12th grade government and economics. Along the way, I also facilitated workshops, including animation, using Blender software, coding and computers, and lastly, life hacks and careers. One of the things I liked best about Gorman was when we as tutors or facilitators noticed that the material seemed too hard or confusing for a student. We were able to work with PLTs to help alter textbook materials. Also, some curriculum was not as student-friendly as others. Did this just get louder?
It's okay, keep going.
Especially in the math department. And you could see the difference in students' work and attitude by changing the textbook. You did not see that in a regular public school. Here, our individualized instruction shines. We have the ability to utilize not only curriculum, but outside materials such as educational videos or online videos that hold student attention, make the content become real, and at the same time reinforce curriculum materials. Repetition with a twist. We can add to and subtract learning materials as needed, with the knowledge that the PLT will most likely be assigning additional work that cannot be completed within the limited time in our workshops at the Resource Center. We are also able to work as a conduit with PLTs and through them our special education services. What happens more often than you would think? If we notice our students are having physical, academic, or emotional issues that we are not aware of through an IEP or 504, this can often stimulate conversations between PLTs, our Resource Center administrator, and special education resources to identify barriers to student learning. At the Redlands Resource Center, we are also able to meet state standards of test proctoring or monitoring for our students. This also includes any modifications as required by IEPs or 504 plans. In theory, this is also supposed to keep the students' work on their class load, but being students, some are prepared while others not so much, encouraging them to do better the next time. As facilitators, we also work with parents on student issues with homework, testing, and other issues. Parents are generally supportive of the Redlands Resource Center and their students, and many get to know us during the remote workshops during COVID. And we were just an email away. I have also enjoyed working with all of the support staff, the IT, special education, other facilitators, PLT, and of course the great leadership we had with Miss Lewis and the late Miss Pam Foreman all these past many years. One of the honored aspects of working with our students and getting to know them is when they ask for a letter of recommendation for college, for work college applications or scholarships. My students know that I have a good sense of humor, but I can also expect them to work for their scores. And it is one of life's honors from time to time that I can assist our students in furthering their educational or work goals with a letter of recommendation. On one last note, I am famous for my love of Bigfoot and Sasquatch. And signs with positive notes of Sasquatch says, believe in yourself even when no one else does. Hide and seek world champion, and Mr. Snowden saying, you don't find Bigfoot, he or she finds you. You must keep the spirit of wonder and adventure alive because you will never know what you will encounter in this big world of ours. It is your job to go out and find it because it won't come to you unless it's Bigfoot, of course. Sincerely, Wayne Snowden. Thank you.
I'll just say, on behalf of the board, thank you both to Angela and Wayne. You've made a difference in a lot of lives in your career, and it's appreciated. The families appreciate it. The students appreciate it. And so congratulations, and enjoy the freedom retirement brings for each of you. Truth?
Thank you. Just a few things, and most of my presentation will be during the time when I'm presenting the preliminary budget. But a few things I just wanted to bring to the board's attention. What's happening currently in fiscal department, we are undergoing an audit, interim audit. This is normal. Our auditors come twice a year, interim and then final audit. So this time around, they are here auditing us. And then also we attended the governor's workshop mid-May, and most of the assumptions that were factored in during budget compilation were taken from the governor's workshop, and I'll highlight a few of those when that time comes when I'm presenting the preliminary budget. But there's one important thing I wanted to bring to the board's attention, which most probably might be a fully blown discussion at the next board meeting. Every other Monday, we usually have meetings with DMS, Delta Managed Solutions. This is the company that helps us with our retirement reporting. So at our last meeting, they told us we were aware of this, that we are being audited. Our CalSTARS was being audited. So they brought to us not so good news, not because it's an issue that government has or any other charter school, but I guess it's something that, again, CalSTARS has just thrown at a number of charter schools. So in essence, what they are wanting us to do, there was a finding. and the finding is based, they are saying that we have certificated employees and non-certificated facilitators. So certificated facilitators and non-certificated facilitators. So they are wanting us to back out all the reporting that we did to CalPERS for those non-certificated facilitators and report it to CalSTRS, right? And they are saying they are going off the job function and not the credential. And so this is something that just came to my attention on Monday when we had the meeting with them, and they were going to send more information to us, and they wanted to know what direction they need to take going forward. The downside with that, give you a heads up, the downside with that, top of my head, there are three things that will already be messy. The first one is that we will most probably have to amend the W-2s for all the employees. And those employees will most probably have to refile their taxes or amend their taxes. And then also, high possibility that we'll be dealing with the same issue of penalties and interest. Because now CalSTRS will want to go back and penalize us for not reporting to them, right? And also social security implications, because now that they'll be in CalSTRS, some of them might not be subject to social security, but then we might have to refund some of them. But this is just a preliminary, and at the next board meeting, I'll have more information and more details so that the board can have a more fully fledged discussion around that. So I just wanted to share those things during my report, but the bulk of it will come during my presentation. And then from our last meeting that we had, I think last one or the one before, there was a lot of kind of like discussion also around COLA, COLA of the 8.22%. And so when we were at the governor's workshop, which was a webinar, they kind of like addressed that. I basically specifically sent an email to them asking them a specific question. And luckily, they actually addressed that question. And so I'll ask Terry to play that clip. It's just maybe 2 or 3 minutes so that the board can be informed regarding that.
Wait, let me have, you're gonna have to turn your volume off. Let me have him mute the cameras. And then turn your sound off. If you don't unmute yourself, then it will turn out the volume. So unmute your computer.
There you go. Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, just little right up that 220.
220.
Yes, yeah. It's just.
Truth, I'm gonna advise that we send this to them, or you sum up, it's not going through on her system. It's her computer. Okay.
We tried to cut it, but we can't email it or send it. That's the problem. That's why I wanted to share it, because I was going to initially just send it to you guys, but that was basically the workshop, the presentation. But it's okay. If she manages to figure it out, by the time I present, we can just play it.
All right, how's that? How's that now? Can you hear me still without feedback? Sounds okay. How about now? Still no feedback? How am I sounding? Okay. All right. Thank you, Truth. If we get that worked out, we'll play it later. If not, maybe we can get a summary or some kind of a transcript on that.
Can I ask a question regarding the CalSTRS issue? Is there an impact that's not financial that we're gonna be seeing where we have to reclassify people? Are they able to be reclassified? Does anyone know that answer?
No, we don't have the answer right now, but that's why I didn't want to go into detail as yet, because like I just got the news on Monday, but there's more research that we'll be trying to look into. But I know also DMS is kind of fighting it, but turns out it's a number of charter schools that are in the same boat as us. Not that we'll do it or we won't do it, but I'm still wanting more information before we can even advise the board about all those details.
Okay, thank you.
I imagine if it's an audit, there'll be time to review it, to fight it, potentially. So it's probably months or years down the road that something would actually come to fruition or decisions be made.
Actually, what I will do, and I was thinking of this, at the next board meeting, I might request one of the DMS, I think she's actually presented before, to come and help even answer some of the questions, because I think we will have a number of questions around, because it's just abnormal. Yeah.
Okay. If there's enough information by that point, we can do that. That's 2 weeks. Okay, then we'll move on to our information discussion action agenda. Our first item, we're gonna go ahead and open up for public hearing. We've got a time of 4:38. And it'll be the public hearing with our local control accountability plan. Jana, is it just you? Yes, it is. Come on up.
Technically in a public hearing, I think in the past when this has been done, the presentation happens first and then we kind of open it up for comment. But since we've already opened it, that's completely fine. My understanding, and Craig can correct me if I'm wrong, is that means that it's one of those rare times that board members aren't the only ones permitted to speak. So you guys who are here with us today, feel free to chime in if there's any thoughts that you want to add to what we're looking at. Terry, if you'd please go to the slideshow. Part of the lengthy board packet that you received, hundreds of those pages are thanks to this LCAP. So to try to make this an easier process to get through, I've pulled out the bullet points on this slideshow. All of the supporting documents, the entire LCAP is available in its entirety for you to read through, but to make conversation easier, we wanted to kind of just pull out those main points and allow you to see what we've been working on. So if you can go ahead and go to that first slide. I feel like most of you are not going to be brand new to LCAP. In fact, I think all of you here have had experience with it before, but just as an overview for anybody who may be joining us online or who are new to this process, every public school in California has to do an LCAP. It stands for a Local Control and Accountability Plan. And they're 3-year cycles. So the plan that you're about to see today is the final of our 3rd-year cycle. We're going into 23-24, and so priorities and goals that were set 2 years ago are kind of at this point supposed to be coming to fruition, or we can at least report on the progress that we've made in the last couple of years. The LCAP is organized around goals and actions. So goals are kind of the broad overview, what we hope to achieve, and then within that, several actions are populated to try to explain how we intend to meet that goal, the actions we're taking to meet that, and then the metrics that we use to measure success or progress. If you can go back to the previous slide just briefly, you'll see this tonight, we'll discuss it tonight, but then at the next board meeting in 2 weeks, it'll be presented again for final approval. We won't have to go through all of the slides or anything like that unless there's any significant changes. The board will approve, and upon approval, it'll be available on our website. And finally, the way that we organized this PowerPoint was to put everything in one space. So we do have 2 schools, but with identical goals and actions. Where you see differentiation between the schools is in the budgeted amount, and that is largely due to the different enrollment sizes. The slides include the overall budgeted amount for each goal. The attached LCAPs themselves would show how much is being spent on each action item. So if you want to see it in more detail, that's available to you as well. Next slide. Okay, so the first thing we wanted to do was kind of just give you an overview of how we get educational partner input. So as I mentioned, LCAP Stands for Local Control and Accountability Plan. And as you know, we're operated by public funds. And as a result, the LCAP is a huge part of ensuring that we're getting educational partner feedback to inform the way that we spend that money. So the LCAP it's something that is a recurrent feature in every single school, and part of that, one of the ways that we get educational partner feedback on a large scale is through a survey. The last few years we've called that survey the Satisfaction Survey, and this year we were very excited by our overall participation numbers. So you can see that between both schools we hit almost 2,000 participants. I know that at the bottom of the slide there you can see the graph with some green in it. That shows you the concentration of who participated in the survey, the roles that they were in. So predominantly, the survey participants were parents. We had a significant number of students and a very strong percentage of our staff involved in the survey. So that is something we're really proud of, and we're excited to get that level of feedback. We also greatly expanded the number of questions that we asked this year. I think at a previous board meeting, we'd mentioned to you guys that the survey was quite lengthy, but is normally maybe a 5 or 6 page report, was a 40-page report, so that was fun. And it also gave us a lot of really good insights, though, a lot of good data. So we tailored the survey to be customized for the view of each participant. So classified staff, certificated staff, they were asked certain questions. Parents were asked certain questions. Students were asked certain questions. Some participated in all, but our goal was to really try to tease down throughout all the different levels and areas of our organization to try to better identify needs for each of our groups, each of our populations. One of the new things we did this year, once we had all that data, is we realized it was going to be a monstrous task to try to dissect that data and turn it into tangible results. So this is where we took the data to our advisory council teams. We have 2 different advisory councils, one for each school. We also, the departments that are listed there participated in these data review teams that either myself or a director level staff facilitated the conversations for, and we brought them the data relevant to their area of expertise and said, what do you see when you see this? If you see high percentages, what are new initiatives you've done that maybe account for your successes here? Or what are the things that you're thinking could be the reason behind we're seeing our negative colors this year were yellow and orange? So if we saw a lot of yellow and orange, it was asking questions based on their expertise. What do you think is happening in these areas? So all of that input together, months of conversations kind of came together in this document, and that is what we will be sharing with you now. So I apologize in advance for the amount of text. I'll try to go through this briefly. Some of this is the nature of LCAP documents. So for those of you who maybe have seen them in other districts, they can be amazingly long documents. They have a lot of information packed in there. And it's really that one opportunity that schools have to publicly state how they're utilizing funds. It works very closely with the budget, but it's also an opportunity to show accountability that reflects the needs of that area or of your student group. So some of the things that we wanted to highlight as successes this year, or really within this LCAP cycle, is that our CAS participation is now exceeding the pre-pandemic level. Earlier this year in the school year, we did mention to you that we went up from the 80%, somewhere in the 80th percentile range of participation of testing eligible students all the way up into the 90s now, thanks in large part to Tamara and her team, really, and PLTs, everybody taking a huge active role in that. We do have now regular training sessions for our parents, including SPED parent training sessions that are occurring over Zoom, and nice, strong, steady attendance has been reported at those parent seminars. Again, if you'd like more details on that data, it's available in the LCAP document. The addition of the data and assessment analyst, my role, has enhanced and improved the way that we collect data and seek to interpret and analyze it. We've also created personalized learning teacher dashboards that allow our teachers individually to monitor the progress of their students in assessments. They're better informed on their Title I status, of any additional needs, whether that be testing or accommodations. We've tried to create a hub for them to keep track of individual goals for all of their students and track their curriculum. Our Title I participation as a result of these data processes has increased substantially for both schools. This year we qualified almost 1,000 students, which is very significant because as we're able to qualify students faster, they're able to get additional supports faster, and that directly impacts our testing scores when we're able to offer the assistance that some students need. Our subject expert teachers, also known as SETs, analyzed our high school A through G courses. So we're really encouraging those students who choose the A through G track to reach completion by the time they are graduating high school. And as a result, they definitely need A through G courses that have been approved. So the team worked on that throughout the last 2 years, I believe. I mentioned already our advisory councils are in operation that help provide insights into goals and overall school direction. Another important staffing addition was a homeless and foster youth liaison that works with Tamara and her departments, and this person has brought a great value to our homeless and foster youth families by providing customized needs. Often students in these populations, they have the general academic needs, but then there's other challenges and situations in front of them as well. So to ensure equitable access for these students, this homeless youth and foster liaison has been able to greatly assist many families in our network with her support. And finally, one of another successes that we have to report is the dashboard. That's the California State School Dashboard that is available for every public school in California, is reflecting a very low suspension rate for our network. And that's one of those renewal buzzwords that we pay attention to. We want to have a very low suspension rate, so that is a positive thing for us as we move forward. Okay, I'll pause briefly just to ask if there's any questions or comments before I continue on. Okay, feel free to interject at any time. Okay, so in terms of the areas of need that we've identified for both schools, we definitely, and I don't know of any school in the world that would say this isn't a goal, to increase academic performance in math and ELA, especially amongst underserved student groups. We definitely want to focus on increasing college and career readiness for our high school graduates. We want to improve and strengthen our support systems for students and parents. We want to improve our administrative and procedural processes to gather, analyze, and report data. And then as far as our most recently available dashboard data, so the testing that just occurred this spring will be reflected in the 2023 dashboard. So what you're looking at right now is how we scored as of last year. GLC is definitely considered in the low tier for both ELA and math. So again, when we were talking about renewal and the importance of monitoring these things, this is one of those areas we want to be out of the low track in order to be put in a better posturing for renewal. And obviously, of course, just for the benefit of our students. So we want to see those things improve there. SBSC, where it is slightly different than GLC, it did perform low in math, but they actually are about at standard for ELA, which is very good. They're, I believe, Tamara, we're overperforming the state average for SBSC in ELA. So that's very exciting news for us there. Both schools were scored medium in terms of graduation rate and chronic absenteeism. So medium is not bad, but still some room for improvement. We are keeping an eye for students with disabilities. We are showing very low for ELA and math. And then some of our subgroups we mentioned here, Hispanic, African American, white, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students are either reporting low for ELA and very low for math. So those things that we mentioned there are not necessarily out of the norm for the state of California, but they are still things that we need to concentrate on and try to come up with a plan to address student needs so that we can get those scores up. As far as the LCAP highlights, we want to maintain progress in the areas where the school has been making progress. We want to shine a spotlight on parent and family involvement. So this was a priority set that first year. So now we're in year 3. So when you've heard things like parent seminars, or for those of you who are parents on our school board or parent advocates on our advisory council, that is all evidence of response to that initiative to want to make sure that parents are engaged and involved in helping provide direction for our schools. And finally, we want to add more emphasis to academic performance with new services and metrics to monitor improvement. The entire satisfaction survey, all of the results that came in, is available to anyone that would like to see it and kind of scroll through the different results. This is just a brief network snapshot of what families value most about Gorman. You can see the top 3 things there is the ability to choose curriculum, community partners, and having a flexible learning environment. Right behind that, we have the value of our resource centers and virtual learning and the support of credentialed teachers. Any comments or questions? All right. This next section has to do with comprehensive support and improvement. Only SBSC qualified for this section. So the Tamara actually helped fill out all of this. She's much more knowledgeable. So if you do have questions as I go through this, we'll pull in her expertise to be able to provide some answers there. But again, only SBSC qualified or was eligible for ATSI, for homeless education. And so our Director of Educational Services, along with our Homeless and Foster Youth Liaison, have developed this plan. So they develop personalized education plans for homeless youth students. Those personal education plans are available and accessible to all of our students. We do that for each one of them. But again, there's some unique considerations when you're dealing with some of these special populations. Another goal there was to train teachers to work with homeless youth and also to adapt lesson plans as needed, to provide supplemental tutoring services, counseling services, to ensure a strong student-teacher relationship, to build student-to-student relationships by offering meetups or opportunities for them to connect with each other, to identify barriers in housing due to economic hardship and provide other services such as food and clothing. Also to identify the climate of families who are facing doubled up housing. So not everyone knows that, but if you are in a doubled up situation where you're a family who's living with another family, that is still considered part of the homeless youth population with unique needs there. And finally, another goal here was to use positive reinforcement to improve overall student social, emotional, mental health, and well-being. Continuing on with this comprehensive support and improvement, the team I mentioned before has developed a 3-tiered plan. In Tier 1, they seek to engage parents and provide information about program expectations along with support to remove barriers. So there's good, strong communication between the liaison, the parents, and the teachers. Tier 2 is utilizing data collection system that helps to identify students that need increased support, such as tutoring or counseling. And finally, Tier 3 is to partner with public agencies and community-based organizations to give homeless youth support and belonging, and to establish an intervention team to address student truancy. Any comments or questions on the ATSI eligibility? All right. Okay, so now here we go. We're in the goals and actions. We have 4 goals, a very high level view. Again, more details available, but I wanted to just get them up on the screen. So we'll pause briefly after each of these goals to see if there's any feedback that anybody would like to contribute or any comments or questions regarding them. And then after that, we'll probably leave a few minutes of just open space just in case anybody had other ideas that came to mind throughout the presentation. So big picture, all 4 goals. I want to point out, you see in parentheses there words like basic, broad, focus, maintenance. We have the ability in the LCAP to have different kinds of goals. So the basic goal are those goals that are not unique to any one school. They're things that you have to have, like credentialed teachers. So those goals are always part of the LCAP, and it's just to ensure that we account for the fact that just the cost of operating a school, some of that is just what every school has to face, and we include that in the LCAP. We have maintenance goals, which are things like increasing test scores. Again, that never goes away. We never arrive at that and then stop focusing on it. It's something that's always going to be under consideration because every year we have a new student group. We've got people coming in, going out. So those are maintenance goals, and that maintenance goals would also include goals that you want to keep doing well. So they're things you don't want to take out of your focus, but again, not necessarily something unique to just your school. And then finally, the focus goals. Those are the goals like our parent engagement that are more unique to your school and the feedback you've gotten there. So you see all 3 of those goals represented in that space. I believe basic and broad are actually indicating the same category. It was just a typo, but they're both accurate in describing what those goals seek to do. So our first goal was to equip students at all levels in all student groups with tools needed to succeed in college, career, and life. Our second goal is to increase equitable access to learning for all students. Third goal was to support and engage all parents and guardians to ensure the success of students. And finally, our fourth goal is to provide a personalized learning model education to all students. And there's that maintenance goal. So taking a look at goal 1, if we can advance to the next screen, you're going to see a list of actions here and 2 budget numbers up at the top right. So for goal 1, you see the contributing amount for GLC, and you see the amount for SBSC. All of these actions that we've outlined here are covered by those funds. So I'll just briefly read through both columns and pause to see if anyone has questions or if you'd like more insight as to what that category contains. So we've got college and career workshops, career presentations, CASP performance, AP courses, RI Ready Diagnostic, community partner services, CTE pathways, curriculum development, our MTSS program, which stands for the Multi-Tiered Systems of Support, connected to intervention, our DOR collaboration, which is an assistance for SPED students with vocational skills, options, and support, and finally, standards tracking. Are there any comments or questions related to these services? All right, we'll move on to goal 2. The goal here again was to seek to increase equitable access to learning for all Gorman students. So included in this, we have the following actions. The educational partner feedback cycle, which includes all the surveys that go out to our families and staff, everybody else. Engagement data analysis, which is when I discussed those data review teams, that's one of the things covered under this goal. Education technical support, a library of digital training resources, SEL training for instructional staff, SEL standing for socio-emotional support, learning, so is it, Kim would know, social emotional learning?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then also SEL curriculum and GLC, or GLC Cares, which is a website that Kim and I'm sure others, but probably Kim, developed to ensure that those supports are available to families as well. Any questions or comments? All right, moving on to goal 3. A goal to support and engage all parents and guardians to ensure the success of all students. Included in this, as we've already mentioned some of these things, the advisory council, our parent website, parent seminars, parent cultural groups, which should have an asterisk next to this. This was one of the early initiatives that ended up being retired in our LCAP. So we include the goal there and make a special note that the action itself was retired. These can be for a variety of reasons. Sometimes it's funding, sometimes it's availability of staff, sometimes even just time constraints and what's possible or a lack of interest from the community. So that would be one of those that ended up being retired. Community co-ops, special needs training, and finally parent events, which can include some of the events that we put on at our resource centers. Comments, questions for goal 3? All right, then we're ready to move on to our 4th and final goal, which is to provide a personalized learning model of education to all students. You see a lot of things housed here. We have our curriculum review and effectiveness, direct shipping, that was a big highlight a couple years back when we were able to provide that to families. Our personalized learning teachers, SPED teachers and staff, our instructional staff, student support staff, curriculum and materials, subscriptions and licenses, devices and internet, learning environments, assessment, and the PD for UP, professional development for unduplicated pupils is what that stands for there. Supplemental curriculum and online resources for unduplicated pupils, direct assistance for this group as well, targeted assistance, professional development, cultural awareness training, post-pandemic support, mental health support, and finally strength and support for success. Any comments or questions on this big list? Lots of things in there. All right, I'm going to go ahead and have us move to the next slide. So again, we've been in kind of a public hearing space this whole time, but I'll just open it up for a few minutes. And Josh, when it seems appropriate to close it out, I'll turn it back over to you and available for any questions or comments if you have them.
Thank you. And this is just GLC right now, right?
This is
Or-
actually both schools.
Is it both? Okay.
Yes, so the it is itemized as 2 separate things, but that PowerPoint covered both
Okay.
schools with clearly delineated spaces if they weren't exactly the same.
Gotcha, okay.
Both LCAPs are available, but there's really no action needed. It's just an open time for comment if anyone has it. And then next week, they'll be approved separately because they are 2 separate schools.
I have a comment. I appreciate the format in which you gave us this information instead of going through the LCAP step by steps. This is wonderful. Thank you.
Absolutely. So that's spoken as a true educator who's seen more than one of these. You should look at them. They're very intimidating documents. It was my first time having to be in the weeds on that, but it is true. Every single school uses the same template, so we're all pretty used to seeing those blue boxes.
If, for board members, if you have an opportunity, do try to at least, go through the plan, the actual document in the next 2 weeks, please. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah.
Do you expect any changes then in the next 2 weeks?
So one of the reasons for the delay in getting this out in the packet is we wanted to be able to work with our teammates in fiscal to ensure that it was reflective of the most recent budget changes, because there were things we were working out and discussing in terms of enrollment. As it stands now, this is what we expect. So if in the discussion later tonight, if there's any significant fluctuations in the budget, that could affect the numbers. But in terms of the actual priorities, barring any additional feedback tonight, we intend to keep it the same.
I'm happy to take comments from any of our galleries. We'll just kind of follow the same rules as we do during communication from the public. We'll try to limit it 3 minutes for everybody. If there are any desires to speak. All right, I've used that time to scroll through the entire document. And there doesn't seem like anybody would like to speak, so this is not an approval item tonight. Again, we'll take a look at the document. We'll bring it back for approval in 2 weeks. I am going to go ahead and close the public hearing at 5:03 p.m. And we'll move on to review discussion of the LCAP federal addendum. Ms. Campbell.
Hi. This is all good? Okay, good. Thank you. I've had practice with this lately. Oh, Mr. President and board members and admin, Craig, other colleagues, good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm here for our annual review of our LCAP federal addendum. So it was in the board packet. I hope you had some time to look through it. It's a narrative plan of how we use our title funds, which are our federal funds minus our special ed funds. So you could click to the, you're gonna click, okay, thank you. Okay, just a little background real quick on the federal addendum. It's unlike the LCAP, we don't have to do an approval every year. So some of you were here when we initially had this approved. It's a process that you go through the state, which we did in the 1920 school year. And it's about a 5-month process of going back and forth with CDE, and they read it and they tell us if we need to make any provisions, changes to activities, things like that that we're doing. So the State Board of Education approved our plans for both of our charters in I believe it was September of 2020. So what happens after that, once the addendum is approved, is we review it each year. So we do take it to advisory council. They took a look at it. I typically have our administration and directors look through it to see if there's any changes. So the addendum addresses these title programs. These are all programs that we get additional funding for. So the first program is Title I, which is our targeted assistance program. And that's broken out. I'm going to go a little bit into each area and how we spend the funds for Title I. And Title II is for professional growth and improvement. And Title IV activities, the apportionment that we get for Title IV is it's fairly small, so we are able to transfer that to another title program. So since we've been receiving the funding, we transfer Title IV to Title I to supplement the budget for that program. So you can go to the next slide. Just let me know too if you have questions along the way. So Title I provisions for parent, student, and family engagement. There's a lot of activities that we are already doing. At the very bottom of the slide, you'll see for this school year, 22-23, the apportionment that we received from the state, which comes from the U.S. Department of Ed. So it's fairly low considering the number of students that we qualify. So the main this apportionment goes towards servicing the kids that qualify. So that's like that top thing, and I highlighted it that so that you know that like when we're doing budget, that starts the ball going with budget with Title I, and then anything that we spend over that comes from the general revenue. Just so you know, it works like how special ed works. So these are just a list of activities that are listed. Instead of going through the actual document, we thought this would be really helpful just to see some of the things. So I'm not going to read through it, but if you have questions, just so you know, right now we're still doing one-to-one instruction with our kids that qualify for Title I, and we're seeing very positive outcomes each year with those students. And so that's it. Any questions about this part of Title I? Okay, we can go to the next slide, Kim. Thanks. Okay, so a part of Title I, Part A, you have to reserve funds to support homeless children and youth. So this is a list of what is in our addendum of the activities that we're currently doing. There's the apportionment each year in the consolidated application of funding. We reserve around $40,000 to $50,000 out of Title I funds that go directly to our homeless program. So, and just a quick update about our homeless program. Right now, between the two charters, we're almost at 100 homeless youth within our network. So we're servicing a pretty decent population of homeless children. So that's it on the homeless.
I have a question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, go.
And now, as far as these bullet points, which thank you, by the way, for doing that.
Yeah.
Is there a way to cite what exactly we are doing that covers that bullet point? Like, for example, I just saw that it's a transportation.
Yeah. Can you go back to that slide? Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So, if you can you elaborate on that, or
Yes.
is that something that I can request via an email, or
Yeah,
how does that
no,
work?
I can go into it a little bit if you'd like right now, just to kind of let you know what we do. One of the provisions is for homeless youth is under Title I, is that we provide transportation. So that would be to services. So if they are in special ed and they need to get to a resource center, or even if they want to participate in a resource center and they're not able to get there, we provide transportation for our students. There's different ways you can go about doing that. You can do gas cards, but we've opted not to do gas cards for many reasons. And I can go into that if you want, but it's just right now, like for instance, last year, one of our homeless youth graduated and they weren't going to be able to make it to graduation. So we were able to provide transportation from where they lived, which was like almost 2 hours away from the closest graduation. So we were able to get a van for them and provide that transportation so the family could participate and the student can walk through her graduation. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Yeah.
So I guess my question was similar to hers, but on a little larger scale. How do these homeless students, how are they able to utilize what we offer?
Our homeless and foster liaison works very closely with all of our homeless and foster youth families. So she gets in touch with them right away when they're enrolled with us, and starts with building a relationship to find out what their needs are. We start first with making sure that they're safe. And then from there, basically the first thing is making sure that they have life necessities, shelter, food, clothing, those things. And then from there on the academic side, working with the PLT, working with the parent, and then, it's an ongoing relationship. Yeah. Hopefully that answers.
I used to work with the kids at CASA,
Oh,
so.
Yeah,
mhm.
yeah. So our liaison has a real gift to working with these families, and we're just seeing really positive things from what we're providing to them. So, I'm just honored to be able to work with Kathleen and be able to, and I'm probably not supposed to say her name, but yeah.
That's wonderful
Yeah.
that you're able to do that.
Yeah. Okay, Kim, you could click it. Thanks. Oh, yeah, okay. We're good. Okay, so another part of Title I. So, when you receive federal funds, there's certain program provisions that you have to have in place. So these are all the things that we're doing. These are all things under federal law that have to be fulfilled. So these are opportunities for students to help give them a step in the right direction in their future. So this is something specific to all students have access to these things. And so under Title I, we do have to provide these things. So dual enrollment and having our high school counselors, college fairs, parents having the ability to meet with their counselors. So, and then a broad course of study is really important, that we offer CTE, A through G, AP courses, and honor courses. So, so we're meeting all those provisions, and all these different things under Title I. In order for us to continue receiving Title I, these are activities that we must do, and if something were to change, then we have to go back to the state and say, okay, we need to look at our plan. So, and I don't know if I mentioned, this plan is just approved one time. So this is just a review. This is something as board members to be thinking about when you're doing strategic planning. So anytime that you need feedback, just always reach out if this discussion comes up about any of the title programs.
Just another comment.
Yeah.
Our daughter utilizes this and through the work permit and does wonderful, and is actually able to pay for part of her board for the horses.
Nice. Thank you for sharing. Okay, so Title II is professional growth opportunities and improvement funds. These are federal funds that come in. It shows you at the bottom which each charter school receives, the apportionment that comes in. Typically, annually, this is used for professional development, PDD. More than likely, the majority of this goes to conferences if we aren't using other federal or grant money. So this gives you a list of activities that are supported. Some of the newer, like induction programs, PLT mentoring, those are all things that can be supported through Title I or Title II apportionment. Any questions about this? This is monitored. Denise is our Title I person, or Title II person. I do Title I, she does too. Any questions? Okay. We can go to the next slide. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so Title IV, like I was mentioning at the beginning, is we do get a small apportionment. Title IV typically would be like for a bigger district or school, would be a larger number, dollar number, and it's the amount that it is, we've transferred it over to Title I. This would be an opportunity if the board saw that we could use these funds in another area. Just remember that there's certain activities that qualify under Title IV and certain activities that wouldn't qualify under Title IV. So we are able to transfer it, and so since we do encroach on the general budget, we do transfer our Title IV to Title I to help supplement that program. And that's pretty much the federal addendum. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So a while back, I think it was you actually that presented on, I think it's dynamic therapy solutions as like a third party for like working with like our SPED or homeless youth. I don't remember which it was. Is that ringing any bells?
I don't remember the dynamic. That's not one. Was that? Okay, that's a SPED. Okay.
Oh, okay. Does that come, is that part of the things that we use?
No.
No.
That
Okay.
wouldn't be on any of these title programs, but that would come from, if that's something they're using to service our SPED students, then that would come out of special ed funding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I got
Yeah.
it. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. And then just, can you click to the last slide? Thank you. Okay, so, you know, like with the LCAP, we also take the federal addendum to our advisory councils. So I each year do an activity with our councils, and we go through in a similar fashion, but we do an activity where I ask for feedback on the different areas of what we're spending our title funds on, and they also provide feedback on additional things that we could add to our title program. So these were all, and there's certain ideas that maybe the advisory council might come up with that are amazing. And I wish I could say, yes, we can do that, but sometimes we can't. And so I apologize for that, because I know there's some important things that people want to do, but title programs are pretty strict. So anyways, these were some ideas that the advisory council came up with that I really loved and I wanted to share with all of you. Like we have PLT mentor program for our teachers. But some of the advisory members came up with having a parent mentor program, which I thought would be amazing. So we could look at allocating some funds there, even for like get-togethers or events. And so I would definitely like to follow up with them. I really appreciate that feedback from the advisory council. They, that was one of their babies. It was really cool. So, I'll be reaching out, talking to people about that, especially our new families. Additional staff training for supporting and servicing homeless youth. So that's something that we did some additional trainings this year, and we're going to be going through and doing training with all of our departments and more training with our teachers as well. And then career exploration, we do have something already. I don't know, Denise, if you know the name. It's a vendor that we use about career exploration. But maybe this one was like providing opportunities for our students to get together and have workshops on careers, like more career days, things like that. So, and also somebody had mentioned about having more. I think one of our outcomes for our students is that when they leave us, when they graduate, that they have 21st century soft skills. And so maybe doing more workshops, things like that at the resource centers or even online with on these topics. So, oh yeah, cruising. Yes, thank you, Kim. Career cruising. Is it an online program? Yes. Do we still use that? Okay, we still use that. So That they do on their own, right? It's not like interactive. So they were leaning more toward, the advisory council was leaning more towards doing things like where they're getting together, like events and like bring your dad and mom to work or whatever, you know, something like that where we have different professions come. So that's it. Any other thoughts about the federal addendum? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well presented. If there aren't any comments, I'll turn it over to Truth for the next item, which is going to be a review, discussion, approval of a service agreement with Delta Management Solutions, Delta Managed Solutions, rather.
Thank you. So, as I mentioned earlier on, Delta Managed Solutions is a consulting firm that we use for our retirements processing and reporting. And so every year we have to renew the agreement with them. And so what I'm presenting to the board tonight is basically the next agreement for the next upcoming year. And so my recommendation to the board is that the board approves that agreement. And the fiscal impact is 50,000, and that's already included in the budget. So we've been using them since 2019.
They don't have any role in this mix-up that happened.
No, they do not. Actually, they have direct contact with CalSTRS, and they've been helping fight a number of things that CalSTRS at times tries to charge us, but they've been doing an awesome job.
Any other questions for Truth about this contract? All right. Then I will ask for a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve Delta Managed Solutions agreement.
That will vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nay? You abstain? Okay, that contract then is approved. The next item will be the review, discussion and approval of a stipend salary schedule. And Keisha McDonald.
Good evening, board members. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. For the stipend salary schedule, there were three modifications for fiscal year 23-24. Are you bringing it up? So for the SET stipend, which is the subject expert teachers, it was an increase from $400 to $500, and this was at the recommendation of the regional directors due to some additional responsibilities of the A through G hour of interaction with the students. So there's a $100 difference in that stipend that she's bringing up there. Additionally, there was an ELD stipend that was removed. We were able to hire a full-time ELD teacher for fiscal year 23-24, so the stipend is no longer needed. And the last modification was the master's and PhD stipend. Just the addition of the instructional support staff will be added to the actual stipend schedule. Any questions on any of those modifications?
regarding the masters and the doctors stipend, is that, you said it's only on a certain schedule? Is that because those might already be incorporated in columns or steps?
No. So previously on the stipend schedule, it only had listed the certificated management, and there was like verbiage on that schedule. So instead of it just being on that schedule, we put it on the actual salary, on the actual stipend schedule, and then incorporated into that the instructional support staff that weren't originally in there. So they've been added.
Okay.
Certificated was already on here, but the instructional support has been added in addition. Did you follow that?
So this would not apply though to personnel?
No,
teacher.
no, no. The only ones that were receiving it was the certificated management and instructional support. And we had that discussion previously at another board meeting about going ahead and continuing that process. And that's why we're adding it on here today. Any more questions? Okay, if there's no questions, I would ask the board to approve it, and the fiscal impact will be absorbed already in the budget that Troop's going to present tonight.
Questions? I will ask for. If you have a question, feel free. Let's get clarification.
So just for clarification, because I don't think I understood what you were saying. So for the stipend for, I don't remember what you called
So
it.
if you can scroll up, Terry, so that they can see the area that we're talking about. It's at the bottom of the schedule. Okay, so if you see the section that says certificated management instructional support, on the current stipend schedule, it only says certificated management. So we've added instructional support in addition to the certificated management, so that it's all encompassed on the stipend salary schedule.
Okay, so that includes like PLTs or resource center teachers or
No.
RC. Oh,
No,
No.
so your certificated management has their own salary schedule. That
Okay.
would be like Stephen, Tamara.
okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, I should not even be saying names, but for your
got you.
SPED directors, things like that. And instructional support are your specialists, so your ed specialists, program specialists, coordinators.
Okay,
Those are usually in the instructional support
okay.
salary schedule.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Else?
If I heard you correctly, it's already in the salary schedule of your certificated.
Correct.
So this is just adding in another layer so everybody gets represented in having this degree.
Correct. So it's already like in verbiage, like in an asterisk on the schedule, but to put it on the actual stipend schedule. It's already implemented, basically. Exactly. This is already in motion, like these stipends are already paid out. I just simply added it on to the stipend schedule.
I'll make a motion to approve the stipend salary schedule. I second.
Aye.
We are taking a quick break. About a 5-minute rest.
1, 2. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and present the preliminary budget, but before I do that, we'll try and play the video I wanted to share with you earlier on, because it's also part of the presentation. So if you go to, I think it's 2 minutes, 20 seconds. That's where it's. 2:23:09. No, 2:20. Just by looking at that.
2 minutes?
Yeah, 20. Oh, 2 hours. Okay, sorry.
2 hours, 23 minutes, and 9 seconds.
No,
Claudia said.
2:20.
2:20.
Yeah. That's where it starts.
This?
Yeah, right there.
Okay. Does that seem right, Truth?
Yes.
Okey-dokey.
That's a few maybe seconds before her addressing the question.
Okay, we're going to mute your microphone.
Okay.
The Department of Finance and California.
So basically, it's also in the narrative. So at the governor's workshop, the question I sent out to the presenter was, does 8.22% COLA mean automatic raise to employees? And the response was absolutely not. And then she goes into detail explaining why, and she gives a table which is in the board narrative, that we should not basically talk of percentages, but we should talk of dollar amounts, because there are other costs associated with the increase, such as statutory benefits and the cost to service, the step and column increase. So it was very, very interesting, because I thought sharing it with the board, it will kind of like also help explain some of the concerns or questions that were there at the last board meeting around the COLA, because there were a lot of people that did not understand why everyone was not getting an 8.22% COLA or even higher. And I was trying to explain that COLA does not necessarily mean that you are automatically getting the 8.22%. So that's what they were going to share, but I'm going to send the video to all of you guys at one point. Well, before I go into the budget itself, I just want to give an overview of key points that were highlighted at the governor's workshop. Like I said, we attended the governor's workshop May 18, around that time, and there were a few things that they touched on which also translate to or impact us at local level. The governor highlighted the volatile nature of California state revenues due to its progressive state system. So there are a few takeaways I got from that. The first one, the economy and the state revenues. They talked about the big three taxes, the personal tax, personal income tax, the sales and use tax, and the corporation tax. And if you notice on the board narrative that I sent you, there's a table that I included there that kind of like shows the different years from 2022 to 2023, that it was even went down further. We are not receiving as much revenues as before. And so someone might ask, okay, why is that important to us? The thing is, when people are working, right, there is income, they file their taxes, corporations also file taxes, and that generates revenue that is also used to fund education in the state of California. But if all that is not looking good, then there's less monies coming in the coffers of the governor's budget, and as such, it impacts school districts and charter schools. So the second bullet point that I had to do with one-time expenses that we've been receiving as school districts and as charter schools. So one of the grants that we were receiving was the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. So the governor is proposing cutting that funding. So in his May revise, which basically they say May revise because it happens in May, he proposes to reduce this grant by 2.4 billion from 7.9 billion, right? From 7.9 billion to 5.4 billion, which is like a decrease of 32%. So if you take that 32% and also apply it to us, I'll show you what the dollar amount is to us. So this one-time investment is supposed to be funding initiatives that support academic learning recovery and social and well-being. So the CTE may reduce our future principal apportionments to accommodate this reduction. So I have a table in there to give you guys an idea of how this is going to be impacting Gorman Learning Center and Gorman Learning Center San Bernardino Santa Clarita. Our first apportionment that we were given prior to the governor coming in and saying he's cutting it by 32% was for GLC. We were receiving, or we received, $1,252,480. That's for Gorman Learning Center GLC. Then he's saying they're going to cut that by 32%. So if you do the math, multiply 68% by the 1.258. So in essence, they are reducing that 1.2 million by 400,000. That's what we are going to be losing or not realizing as a school. And then for GLC SBSC, we were apportioned $1,173,625. And by them cutting it by 32%, that basically brings our revenues down by 375,560. So that's the first block grant that basically the governor is reducing funding for. And then the second one is the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant. He's proposing to reduce that one by 1.2 billion reduction in the 3.5 billion one-time funding that they had proposed that was in the budget of fiscal year 22-23. So with this one here, he basically is, they've given us 50% of it, and they are saying we should forget about the other 50%. And so if you do the math, initially for GLC, we were given apportioned $739,691. And if you take 50% of that, we are basically losing $369,846. Same thing for SBSC. We were apportioned $847,182, and take 50% out, we are left with $423,591. So those are the reductions so far that the governor has proposed to the funding that we've been getting. It's also maybe worth mentioning now that this is not the final one because the State Assembly has to also approve. So there's still negotiations happening between the governor and the Assembly, and I'm thinking they might meet in the middle, and that dollar amount might be reduced. We might actually get a little more than what they are projecting to cut for us. Then the other thing I wanted to mention that they talked about are the rising CalPERS rates. There's a table in there that on page 2 that talks about the CalSTARS and CalPERS rates. So CalSTARS rates are staying the same at 19.10%. But then the CalPERS employer rate is increasing from 25.37 to 26.68% in fiscal year 2023-24, and subsequent years it's also increasing to 27.7 and 28.30. That's in relation to CalSTARS and CalPERS. And declining enrollment, the Public Policy Institute of California has kind of like issued a migration pattern of how people are leaving the California state because of the cost of living going to other places. And so also with that happening, when people are leaving California, guess what? We are losing potential workers, right, which affects the personal income tax that I talked about earlier on, as well as, you know, some potential students that could be enrolling in our schools, and as a result losing ADA, which helps fund our education or our programs as a school. At the workshop, they mentioned that there are a number of counties, about 12 counties, that are projecting to lose 10,000 or more students between 22-23 and 31-32. So over a period of 10 years, 12 counties will be losing 10,000 or more students. And then 18 counties will lose students at a rate faster than the statewide average of 8.27%. But all enrollment trends, important for me to mention this, for each charter school or districts are unique to the community and student populations they serve. So you might find that maybe one community is being impacted heavily and then another community is basically doing well because of the community and the population that they're serving. Enrollment trends impact the bottom line in the current year and the out years. So that's why I'm bringing this up to the board to talk about enrollment, how important it is, because that's how we are funded. And then I've already touched about the COLA, the 8.22% COLA that was proposed by the governor. And then in the narrative, I won't go through that, but there's an example table of why actually we should not focus on the percentage of the COLA, but the dollar amount. And it shows that eventually over years, you are spending more than even what the COLA, the COLA being proposed is doing. And then they also told us about the different base grants per average daily attendance, and I won't go so much into detail. At times, some of the questions, one of the questions that tend to be asked by board members here is, on average, how much is ADA for each student, right? And then on page 4 of that narrative, it kind of like breaks it down to give an idea of how much we generate for each student. And then I think actually Tamara, when she was presenting, she mentioned something about also supplemental grant. So when we serve a certain group of students, right, English learners and foster youth and all that, we get additional monies on top of the base grant. And then,
Truth, can I
yes, ma'am.
ask a question?
Thank you. Actually, I forgot. I think I'm moving fast. So interject anytime and ask me.
Okay,
Yeah, go
great.
ahead.
So I feel like last year with our projections, we were a little high on how many students we thought there would be enrolled, and that made our budget and not be exactly where we wanted. With this seems like a lot of cuts and a lot of decrease in enrollment. Are we going to be seeing a more conservative projection on enrollment for next year?
So, if you allow me, there's a point where we'll talk about our enrollment projections, and then I'll also have our data assessment person, Jenna, come in and actually explain our logic to our madness as to how we got to the numbers we're using for the budget.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Right, and then so with basically all what I've just mentioned, right? The last thing I'm going to talk about are the one-time funds which pose a risk to our budget, which I've already mentioned two of them, right? So we have all these ESSA funds that we received in the last year or two, and also the Arts and Music Grant and the Learning Recovery Grant. So these grants are going away, and some of them have to be spent by September, right? And some of them we have maybe next year or the year after to spend those funds. But once those funds are gone, we need to find ways of staying solvent or basically funding our ongoing costs, because we won't be having those monies anymore. So with all that, this now then brings us to our numbers for today. So before I go to the table where I'm showing you the beginning balance, the revenues and the expenses, I'll go quickly and go to the projections, the enrollment projections, because what drives our revenues is basically our average daily attendance, which is a percentage or a factor of our enrollment. So our total enrollment projection for Common Learning Charter Network, basically both schools combined, we are projecting 2,635, with Common Learning Center projected at an enrollment of 1,150. I'm on page 6 of the board narrative. And then Common Learning Center, San Bernardino, Santa Clarita, we've projected that at 1,485. This projection takes into account anticipated withdrawals, potential enrollees, intra-district transfers, and also due to ESSA funds becoming unavailable by 24-25 and fluctuations in our enrollment over the last 4 years, we kind of decided to be a little conservative in those numbers to ensure we meet our projections. But if Jenna, you could come up and just touch on the table and how we came up with our numbers.
Absolutely. So Terry, I actually just emailed you something, if we could pull that up. So you guys have a picture of it in your budget narrative, but just for the sake of anybody who's watching now, they can see kind of the same thing. So Talia, I heard your question and kind of an answer to that. In the past, there's so many different factors that you take into consideration. You're looking at network interest to see how many kids have submitted an intent to enroll from the time we open it, usually March 1st. This year we did March 15th through the current time. You're anticipating what you think will happen over the summer. You're looking at returning students and trying to guess. You know, it's informed guesses, but it's, at the end of the day, you're still predicting how many of those students you think will stay. And then this year, as Truth mentioned, we saw a lot of intra-district transfers, which is a fancy way of saying kids moving from one of our schools to the other. And there's a reason for a lot of these fluctuations. So, Terry, if you're able to zoom in and actually scroll down, so there's a second set of graphs. Yeah, so scrolling down, we'll just highlight. So this year I created an enrollment tracker for our team to monitor this on a nearly daily basis. So what we did was I ran historic reports on things like withdrawals. That's for some reason a really difficult word to say today. It's the W at the end. We did it for withdrawals. We also were looking at what typically happens from the point we were making these projections. Conversations around this started in March. But we continued to fine tune it all the way up, to be honest, until the end of last week because we were watching. We have a new enrollment system in place. There's some questions around whether or not the conversion factor we've seen for students showing interest to those actually becoming enrolled students, if that was going to hold steady or shift. So I'm just going to point out a couple of the things here. I think we're looking at the same thing. If you can scroll down. So this is, if this is the bottom set, if you're able to look at GLC first, scroll up just a bit and to the far left. Yep, it's the same deal. Okay, so if you go all the way to the left there. You want the right, you mean? Yes, I want to see what's on the left. So you're scrolling to the right. Yes. There's some gray fields that'll show our percentages there, and then make sure, Kim, if you could make sure that we're starting on row 26. Looks like we're still up at 1. So while they're locating that, you guys can see it on your budget narrative. The cells in gray show you the percentages that we utilize to factor in. So historically, we've looked at our intent to enroll more at a 50% rate. We assumed that half of the students who expressed interest were coming in. You'll notice we pulled that down to 30%, and that is again based on historic trends, what we've seen. The students, so every year we send out an intent to enroll for current families, and we have PLTs gauge their students for who they think is leaving, who they think might be returning, and who we think or who they know is undecided. So undecided students were counted at a 50% rate, meaning they could go either way to stay or go. Even students who said they were returning were only counted at a 96% rate, which again is another one of those places that we were even more conservative. Last year we assumed if they said they were coming back, they were coming back. Based on the way we see some extra withdrawals at the end of summer, we bent downwards a little bit on that one. So 96% of those who said they were coming back, we counted as staying. Our pre-enroll, that means these are students who have completed links. They made it all the way through the process and are literally just being waited to sign master agreements. We're only counting them at a 94%. There are chances at all of these points that it's going to be higher than what we said, but again, really emphasizing trying to be very conservative in how we came up with these projections. Siblings, incoming siblings, counted at 96% for the same reason that we were counting returning students at that rate. And then finally, new students, those again are the intent to enroll form, only counted at a 30% rate. So the colors that you're seeing, the orange and the red, and then if you go a little further down for SBSC, you'll see some green. That is how far away they are from our current projection. So really, with being at -9, that means if we stopped today, if we stopped receiving any network interest today, we're only 9 students away from hitting that according to these formulas. We've never been in that good of shape this early on in the summer because we will continue to see enrollments throughout the summer. It's going to continue to happen even through the first few weeks of school. But again, our goal is to hit and if anything revise upward, and I'll get to that in just a moment. With SBSC, we technically could have gone much higher. But there are a few things that Truth has already hit on and he'll explain a little bit further. We have that one-time grant money sitting in there. So knowing that we are not going to have that money coming in future years, we intentionally wanted to under-project so that any additional students would allow us to start anticipating that drop in funding that we know is coming. One of the other reasons that you're seeing a dip, I think, Talia, you mentioned that it's actually lower for GLC than before. We had nearly 40, maybe slightly more students leave GLC to go to SBSC. And that is because they're Santa Clarita area families who are interested in attending the Resource Center, which pushes them into SBSC. So we're not losing those students, but they are reflecting more positively on SBSC's side than what you're seeing on GLC. So does anyone have any questions for the way that formula works or what we came up with as a result?
So maybe,
I see Andrea has a question.
So what I was also going to say, so that the board has an idea in comparison. So last year at maybe second interim, our projection for GLC was 1,195. So this year we're projecting 23-24 at 1,150, 45 less, right, based on what Jenna is mentioning. And then for GLC, SBSC, last year, when I say last year, sorry, I mean this year, 22-23, I don't know why I keep saying last year. But 22-23, our projection was 1,395. But now, because of what Jenna is mentioning and the trends that we're seeing, we are projecting at 1,485. So,
Andrea, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I was just wondering, so is the goal going to, I know it's to plan for the next school year, but are you thinking that you're going to be able to actually plan even further in advance as far as enrollment? Yeah, so one of the things that we wanted to make sure, so with ESSER funds, again, those
those were initially intended to be spread out over 3 years. We have it culminating this year. We're deciding to utilize those funds this year. So new students coming in and building the budget around a smaller framework that way allows us, when those funds do drop off, to not feel that impact as severely, hopefully not at all. So the goal would be to actually continue to operate in this lean environment, a lean budget, so that it will actually feel like extra, but it won't really be, because by the time we hit next school year, we'll be ready and braced for the lack of funding coming in. I do know, and Truth and I have talked about this, he can get to that more later as well, there were a lot of ideas around potentially new positions or things that we wanted to expand on, different things like that. So the goal would be that as more students come in than what we're projecting, we would potentially revise upward at P1. And again, the way this is going right now, that's a very likely outcome. At the very least, we'll be hitting these numbers, but hopefully even revising upwards. Then administration will have to have conversations around what priorities they go to first, you know. So we are continuing to operate. All of the departments came together and really leaned out their budgets to help us meet what we're seeing right now. And then as we project, as more students are coming in, there's the opportunity to potentially add or build into more of these other areas in a very intentional way, so that we're never back in a situation where we're trying to lean everything out so significantly.
Okay, awesome. And I have one more question. Is so I see that
Yes.
is that going on the enrollment dashboard, or
I'm happy to link it there. So this is a new tool. There were kind of two different stages to it. So before we went live on actually enrolling students, we were calculating it in a slightly different way. Once we started sending out those enrollment links, we switched over to this. So right now our enrollment team has access to the spreadsheet, fiscal has access to the spreadsheet. But if it's something that the board would like to have access to, it's a very easy thing to link into your enrollment dashboard if you'd like to see it there as well.
oh, I think that would be awesome.
Sure, you got it.
Any other questions around enrollment?
Comment is, you guys have applied as much science as because I think there's still a little bit of art to it. You can't leave that out. Factors. I don't know how we could be more accurate.
We have also reached a point of no return. We were laughing about this the other day, that at a certain point, there's such a thing as too much information, and everything's like, we need another meeting. But also now we need another meeting, because every time you look from a different angle, there's so many other things to consider, and it's not perfect, but it is informed. We did the best we could with what we've seen in the past.
And you also might want to mention, because one of the things that we realize is Jenna is trying to build a system where we have good historical data and like patterns, and we can look back and say, okay, because everything has just been haphazard, right? Because of even COVID and also what's happening. And what we've realized with charter schools, especially non-classroom-based charter schools, right? Today you might say, okay, I now have a good system. This is how I'm tracking it. Then next year, everything changes. Now you have to develop another way of tracking so that you build a historical trend. But she has done an awesome job with helping kind of give us like a good visual to get to the numbers that we got to. Thank you, Jenna.
Absolutely.
Right. With that being said, as I go into, so everything that I'm saying, it kind of ties to the big spreadsheet. You know, someone might be wondering, like, okay, let's get to the big spreadsheet, but it helps for you guys to understand why we have the numbers on the big spreadsheet. So in terms of revenues, I already talked about two critical grants that have been cut that have impacted our revenues, the learning recovery and the arts grant. So we are losing almost 700,000. It would be good if it was 700 million. But like almost 800,000 that we are losing. And then also another thing, as we continue with the whole conservativeness, as we develop the budget, previously when we were taking the enrollment, we were using a factor of 98% to convert to ADA, which, because when we are funded based on average daily attendance, not on enrollment. So we have to take enrollment and then use an attendance factor to convert it to ADA. So previously we were using 98%, But then, given the declining enrollment and all these uncertainties, what we did is we decided to reduce that attendance factor by 3%. So our attendance factor was 95% as we prepared the preliminary budget or the budget for next year. So by so doing, that also kind of like impacts our revenues, right? Because as you put it together in the LCFF formula, that impacts our revenues. So something important to note. And then also the reduction of the projection from GLC from 1195 to 1150, losing about 450, losing 45 students. That equates to about 500,000 that we won't be basically accounting for as we go into the following year. Then on the expense side, we have a number of things that are hitting us, right? We try by all means to keep everything as constant as possible and then just adjust those necessary things that we just have to adjust. No two ways about it. The first one was the step and column increase, right? So bumping everyone up from their rate to a new rate. If you take last year's rate and this year's rate, which includes benefits, step and column increases, new positions, and the benefits that go along with it, the stipends, and overtime budgeted by some departments and other statutory benefits. That on its own, we looked at, the fiscal impact is about 1.7 million. Then, of course, I talked about the CalPERS rates that are going up from 25% to 26.68%. So that's something that we also had to factor into the budget. And then the health and welfare benefits, which are kept at 10,200 per employee for those that qualify for the health and benefits. So we had to factor that in there. And then also special education, I mentioned this last time, right? We had to add about 3 new positions which are required because of our population. And that fiscal impact on its own is about $332,000. And CTE, a few positions that we added, fiscal impact is $48,553. And VRC, Virtual Resource Center, 6 positions, fiscal impact 139,000. IT specialist, fiscal impact including benefits 70,000. And then other expenses that we had to account for, the annual increases for like our leases that we have, and also other contracted services. And of course, the oversight fees that we pay to our authorizers, Gorman Joint School District and Lucerne Valley Unified School District. So we had to incorporate that and the insurance. And so all that then taken into consideration brings us to the numbers that I am presenting to you today. And I forgot to mention that with me, you already noticed, we do have Claudia Lopez, our accounting and payroll manager, and I want to acknowledge her hard work. She's been working way long hours putting this together. And also want to express my gratitude even to department heads. Government is interesting in its own way, because when they see that, okay, it's 11th hour, everyone falls their sleeves and they go into the trenches. And that's what exactly happened. And I don't take that lightly. I want to express my gratitude in their hearing to all the department heads. They were very, very helpful. So I'll start with GLC. And forgive me, I'm still working on trying to make this document bigger. So I was talking to Terry to see what can be done so that next time when we come back, it can be, the font can be bigger than what it is. That way you guys can see the numbers. So our revenues for GLC, I'm looking at the column that says preliminary budget 23-24 at the top. And then if you have any questions, please stop me. I'll try and slow down so that we are all on the same page. So with the budget for next year, it's a requirement that we have the column for the estimated actuals. We have to show in the budget where we think we are going to end fiscal year 22-23, and that's what we have on the left side of the preliminary budget 23-24. So on the preliminary budget, you will notice that our total revenues that we are projecting for next year are $17,245,575. So these revenues take into account everything under description, Part A. Your federal revenues, your state revenues, your other local revenues. And this is also broken down into unrestricted and restricted. And as Temra was presenting, she was talking about Title I, Title II, and the dollar amount associated with that. So these are all restricted funds that are supposed to be used for that purpose. We cannot use it for anything else. Then we come to the expenses. Our expenses, which will be on the other side of that document, number 8, right, along the row that says total expenditures and under preliminary budget 23-24. Our expenses are projected to be $17,245,154, which leaves us with a surplus of $421. Then when we take the beginning fund balance, right, and then add that surplus to the beginning fund balance, our new ending fund balance, which is F2, fund balance reserves F2, our new ending fund balance will be $9,167,246. And then, of course, below that, under description, at the bottom, we have the components of ending fund balance, how that fund balance is kind of like broken down. That's what we have there. Reserve for economic uncertainties, reserve at 5% operating expenses and 3 months operating expenses, and then unrestricted. And again, your number in F2 and your total ending fund balance, the last row, should basically be the same. If they are not the same, then you might want to ask me why. Maybe there's an error in my formulas, but it has to be the same. But everything else in there, like the expenses, right? The expenses, the revenues, all those are basically different departments putting together their budgets based on what they think they will have to be doing next year. We reviewed that with them, we talked to them, and then we consolidated everything into this document to give us that dollar amount. Any questions that you guys might have around this one? And then the out years, basically, we factored in, I think was it 5% or 3% increase in enrollment for the subsequent years. And we also adjusted and incorporated, adjusted for inflation for, other expenses, and then factored in the increases in our leases, because we know that within our contracts, one of the things that is mentioned, one of the things that happens every year is there might be like a 2% increase or 3% increase in our leases. So we factored all that in the out years.
I have a question.
Yes.
So on Under A2, the federal revenues for Gorman Learning Center, it says total federal revenues, and then it has estimated actuals for 22-23 at 431,543, and then the preliminary budget for next year is over $1 million. Why? I don't get it.
Good, excellent question. Excellent question. I happen to have the answer. It's the one-time funds. So these one-time monies, like the ones I talked about earlier on, the learning recovery, the arts, music, block grant, right, and the ESSA funds, we are allowed to spread them over the time frame in which we are supposed to spend the money by. So, for example, if we receive 900,000, we are allowed to recognize 300,000 this year, 300,000 the following year, and 300,000 the next year. So that's what happened. So in 22-23, we did not recognize the entire dollar amount. But in 23-24, for next year, we are recognizing a big chunk of it, and mainly because we were avoiding having a huge deficit for next year. So I think one or two of the programs we could have spread it out through 25, 26, right? Yeah, 25, 26. But we brought the revenues from 25, 26 into 23, 24. I don't know if it makes sense, right? So that's why you are seeing that big dollar amount. And that really has to stand out, and I'm glad you actually caught it.
And that's incoming money, not outgoing money, right?
Yes, that's incoming money. Yeah. Anything that's revenues, it's incoming. And then expenditures, something we're paying. And so that's why, as Jen and I were kind of like talking about the enrollments and all that, once those monies are gone, we now basically need to have a game plan, right? In terms of, okay, so what's the game plan of making up for that big dollar amount that you won't be getting in the following year? So that's why in our projection, if the trend continues the way it's going, we are looking at meeting our target, sooner rather than later, and even more. So the even more then kind of like helps cushion those one-time funds.
And it looks like, I know that we're not on it yet, but it looks like it's only for GLC, that it's only recorded for GLC, that it's not split. So is there a reason for that?
Yes, so the reason for that is it's based on what was allotted to us and what we have actually received. So you might find that, and then another thing that maybe I should also mention is it's not all ESSA funds, because in there, for example, under A2, you have Title I, Title II. So you might find that maybe GLC has more in Title I, Title II, and SBSC doesn't have as much. But it's all about how we allocated those monies for the out years. And exactly, and also special education down there. In 4, actually. Give you a few more seconds, then I can go to SBSC.
Do these budgets reflect the change with the CalPERS and CalSTRS, or is that going to be later?
No, they do, because, good question too, because when we go, that's why we are so keen to go to the governor's workshop, because that's where we get all these assumptions. So basically, the way this whole budget thing works, federal government does their budget, right? California, different states do their budget. The counties do their budgets. Cities do their budgets. school districts and charter schools do them. But all that information trickles down to even us. And so that's why before we do the budget and finalize it, we have to get those numbers. They are now, because we've been doing this now for a number of years, so they are now critical things that we wait for before we start even putting the numbers. And one of them is the CalPERS rates, the CalSTRS rate. Are those changing, right? If so, by how much? Because we have to factor that. Otherwise, I'll be under budgeting.
What about the facilitators that are going back and forth? Is that reflected in there? Like their CalSTRS, is it already in their CalSTRS budget, or is it, we're still finding it, so it's not in this budget?
Oh, you mean the one that I talked about earlier on?
Yeah.
No, it's not in here.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's not, because that will be separate, because we actually need to first establish. I was talking to Claudia earlier on, and she was telling me that they said to anyone that was 2000 and prior to January 2015 will be grandfathered in. Then after that, we have to back them out, and we need to find out how many employees are we talking about, right? And then the cost associated with it. To a certain extent, and I don't have all the facts as yet, but just using my analytical brain, to a certain extent, there could also be benefits to doing that, right? Pros and cons. Like the benefit is CalSTRS rates are high. So if we back them up and put them CalPERS rates are high. If we back them out of CalPERS and put them in CalSTRS rates are what, 19.10%. So maybe that might actually help. I don't know. I haven't done the math, but I'm just thinking aloud. I'm like, oh, okay, let's see how this plays out. But I promise you all, we will have more details. And as you think of more things around that, please send me an email so that I can investigate, find more detail, and so that you guys make an informed decision.
Great, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
About the CalSTRS. So there was like a situation a while back, I thought like last fall with CalSTRS. Are we still dealing with that situation?
Yes, we are, and DMS2 is helping us.
Okay, is that coming to like, is that gonna be resolved, or are we still waiting? Are we like out?
That will be a long journey.
Okay.
Yeah, it will be a long journey, but maybe we could talk about that in a different platform.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then if there are no questions, GLC, I can go to GLC SPSC. All right, and then so, am I okay, Mr. President, to go to SPSC? Okay, thank you. So, same logic. Our revenues for SPSC, remember again, these revenues are driven by what those enrollment numbers converted to ADA. That's how we come up to that. And then also, the state revenues we received, the lottery we received. So our monies come from different places into one bucket. So our revenues that we are projecting for the preliminary budget for 23-24 for SPSC is $20,680,974. And then our expenses, and that is on row 5, total revenues. Row 5, total revenues, under the column summary fiscal year 23-24. And then for the expenditures, right, we are looking at I'm at number 8, right? Total expenditures, again, under the column fiscal year 23-24 summary. Our expenditures are $20,665,276. leaving us with an excess of $15,698. And then if we factor in our beginning balance, right, and then you add the excess, it increases our ending fund balance. This is F2 under column fiscal year 23-24 summary. It increases our ending fund balance to $2,834,939. And then that also is kind of broken down into different components of ending fund balance. And then we have our out years too for SPSC. Any questions, clarifications?
I have a question. Maybe it might be for Denise, I'm not sure. So number 4, where it says books and supplies on these, where it says approved textbooks, books and other reference material, like all of those that are itemized. Well, 3 of these, they look like the same thing. Textbooks, books, and materials and supplies. So I was just kind of wondering, like, why it's put like that and what the difference is. And I'd also like to know what the non-capitalized equipment is and about student meals, because the resource centers, to my knowledge, don't give like free meals or free lunches. So I'd like to know more about that.
Yes, I can answer that. Actually,
First of all, I wanted to point out that, notice that those are all different object codes. So where the object code line is, so each of those, things fall under a different.
you're just going to help explain the book supplies, you know, how we call them.
So
But then it's
each of
statute.
those fall under a different
statute.
object code. So that's how, based on what you're asking, like, what is it? That's how we know what object code to use as we're doing our accounting codes that we put against these. So for example, approved textbooks and core curriculum material, that's exactly what it is. It's our main textbooks that we use, all of our core curriculum, our box sets, things like that fall under that one.
So is that what parents order, or is
Yeah.
that what the resource center
Well,
orders?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then books and other reference material, the same thing? It's both parents and and teachers?
So,
I'm gonna tell you.
good question, and Denise already touched on that too. So part of it is it's accounting, it's school accounting, right? We are required by CDE to code certain things in a certain way. So these object codes, the column that says object code identifies what that particular expenditure is for. So when we're talking of approved textbooks and core curriculum materials, these are materials that are specific to what instruction, right? That are specific to instruction. And then books and other materials, reference materials, they might not, correct me, they might not be, okay, go ahead before I mess it up.
Your 4100 is more of your, like Denise said, your curriculum, your box sets, your more state-approved vendors that we use at the fiscal end. And then your 4200s, the books and other reference materials, it's more of books used in the resource center. It's books for reference used at the classrooms at the resource centers.
Okay.
But it all depends on the item. That's how we base the coding based on what the item is actually for.
So the description will tell us which category it falls under, whether approved, whether books and materials, or whether, what's the other one? Materials and supplies.
Okay, and then the non-capitalized equipment?
So non-capitalized equipment, that's where you will find even like Chromebooks.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, for students. Anything that doesn't have to be capitalized.
Okay, and then the student meals?
Okay, that one is for the vending machines that each resource center currently has. So it's more of the vending machines for the student meals that they're actually using here at the resource centers.
So it's not And I follow you. It's not student meals in the sense of student meals that you'll see at a school district, because we don't have that. But we, maybe Denise, you can chime in. What's that?
Do you want the answer?
Yes.
I helped him set it up, so. Okay, so we're required by the state law to have meals or portions of meals available to students if they're here for more than 2 hours a day. That falls under our free and reduced meal plans, which our direct certified students and unduplicated students fall under. Because we report these to the state level through CalPADS, we have to have something available to them if they're here for more than 2 hours. Ability to go over for students who qualify for free and reduced meals to use them, they very rarely do. So we've put money in there. We meet the state standards and requirements. We restock them and keep them funded. But sometimes that dollar amount is kind of smaller because we don't see much participation or much movement of that food.
And this was implemented.
We implemented it. Well, we actually implemented it the year prior to COVID going in, but we put the vending machines in and then stocked them, and then COVID hit and we closed down. So there was a little problem this year with getting them restocked on time because the company that we were using to help us do that had a hiccup in their supply line. So we actually used the student stores this year as a way we would funnel money in through them, and they would buy extra stock and inventory into the student supply this year instead of using the vending machines. And then we kind of vended to students through the student store to make it easier. This year, they have completed their lists, is my understanding, and turned it into the technicians. They will have the vending machines fully operational next year.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Kim, because yeah, she played an integral part in that. So hope that answers the question about that. Yeah.
I have a quick question. Claudia again. Where would I find something like service agreement, vendor, dance classes?
58, 60, or 70, like something like Thrive, I guess, right?
Gymnastics,
Like
whatever.
VC. Yeah, so 5800 series. So it will be most probably in number five. Number 5, where it says professional consulting and operating expenditures.
That's probably
Correct.
part
Yes.
of our student budgets.
Correct. Because this is where Thrive is, right?
That's, yeah, your professional services,
And VCI.
contracted services, and your BCI, your vendor course instruction.
Got it.
And a good question, Josh, too, because the thing is, when we are bringing the budget to the board, we have basically consolidated everything. But when we are talking to the department heads and all that, we are going into the nitty-gritties of, okay, how much for this vendor, how much for this course, and then we bring it all together. But yes, that's where it is.
As far as on line 5, where services and other operating expenditures, dues, and memberships, would that be like the city of commerce and things like that we join, or what does that cover?
Well, that's mainly our CCSA, right? A+. Yeah. Yeah, but the big ones are the ones that Dennis is mentioning: CCSA, CSDC, School Services of California, A+. That's where you'll find that. And then for, well, we already did that. I was going to mention it. Like I was going to say, for travel and conferences, again, under 5, right, where it says travel and conferences, object code 5200, right? Because usually when we're trying to cut the budget and make it balance, those are the areas that we look at. Like, okay, do we really need to go to conferences? Can we fund it somewhere else, right? So if you notice, the dollar amount is under, a big bulk of it is under restricted. Because, again, Tamara, when she was presenting, she talked about Title II, right? That's where most probably we might charge some of these conferences to, because they qualify under those restricted funds.
I have another question. So on this, where would we find, like the resource center's operating costs?
Under 5,600. That's where we kept our lists, right? Yeah, 5,600.
That
Okay.
would include salaries and stuff. So that would be, right? That would include leases.
Yeah. So it will only
Utilities.
include, so 5,600, that's where you'll just find the leases. But when you want to also find out about, okay, maybe staffing and cleaning and all that stuff, it will be coded in another area, but in the budget. So, for example, where you have operations and housekeeping services, that's where you might find other costs associated with resource centers.
So I was just wondering, I don't know, I know that our finance committee kind of like dissolved. Maybe we need another one, but is there any way to get like this, but for each individual like resource center, as far as like the AV Resource Center, Santa Clarita, Redlands, and the Virtual Resource Center, so you can so we can kind of see like what each resource center it takes to keep them operating?
Yes, actually, I'm smiling because it's interesting. It depends, like with each board over my 7 years here at Coleman, it all just depends who's on the board and what the board wants. What you are saying, we used to do every time, right? I don't know whether Dory, you kind of had a piece of that or not, but we used to do that. I used to present prior to like the preliminary budget. It would be more like a workshop. So we will have slides with each department, the salaries and benefits for each department, and the what's it called, operating costs for each department. And then discussions will also happen around that. And then from there, we'll then bring this to the board. But then board members then, I don't know if Jenna was part of it, but board members then thought, no, we don't need that. Give us a summary and the narrative that I'm giving you, and hit on the key areas that are impacting the budget. And then I did that. So
Okay.
I'm happy to do whatever. You guys can discuss it. Whatever you want, I will do.
Okay.
My recommendation on that, 'cause I've lived through both, is to do that not necessarily in an official board meeting. It's challenging. You get into this, first of all, it's a lot of information. You've got every department. You've got to then wade through every part. But then you get into like almost the potential for criticism of a department, of like, well, why are we spending this much in this department? And then you kind of overstep, I think, our ability and authority and even, like giving input for this department, not have as much or should have more or whatever. As this is just not the place for that. So consolidating all those departments into one to me seems to make more sense. And if we want to do more research about, a cost for resource centers, we look at those departments. Cost for SPED, we would look at that department. But I just think offline is a better forum for that. And like you said, ideally, finance committee's great. Do that. Maybe we'll have that again.
Yeah.
I'd like to make, wow, this is really loud. I'd like to make a suggestion that we do, in fact, create a new finance committee and have all of that information available to us as the committee to review.
I agree.
We can agendize that for the next meeting.
And then Tamara also kind of like was just letting me know that in the LCAP, there's like dollar amounts for the information you're asking for, Andre. I don't know to what detail, but she's saying in the LCAP, it's broken down, right? By each area, right? Each goal, each area.
Okay, thank you.
So, okay. Go ahead. No, I was going to say, if there are no other questions, what I'll mention too is, so this is the preliminary, this is not for, I'm not presenting it for approval, but for discussion, so that if there's any input from the board, we can take that, go back to the drawing board. At the next board meeting, I'll be bringing the whole full-fledged budget, as in GLC, SPSC, as I've always mentioned. We have to put these numbers in the San Bernardino County template. So I usually, for preliminary, I usually use this one because I think it's simpler for the board members to see. And then from here, we'll put it in the County of San Bernardino template and then bring everything with the cash flows for your guys' approval. So my question to the board is there anything that you might want me to go back with the team and address, or you're kind of content with this? Because basically it will be the same budget coming, but now it won't be preliminary, it will be adopted. There might be just little tweaks here and there, which might be for the betterment, because I was talking to one department head that they told me that there is an area that they could cut, saving us a little more money. So what I'm thinking is the ending fund balance might go up a little bit, but not significantly up, but up a little bit. So those are some of the things that you might see changing, but the bulk of it will be the same budget.
Let's talk about this, because we've broached the subject a little bit in the last couple meetings when we talked about salary schedules, okay, and COLA. Talked about without a COLA, maybe we can do something else, some other kind of injection of funds towards salaries. So I want to open a little bit of time up to have a hypothetical discussion about that. I want to start with everybody looking at, for both schools, Object Code 9740 and preliminary budget for 23-24 school year. For GLC, I'm seeing 5 million and change. For SBSC, 668,000. For a total just under 6 million between both schools. So this is unrestricted money that could be allocated towards something that we think is needed, necessary to do at this point in time. I've done like some brief analysis on all of our salary costs for both schools, as well as the benefit costs that are percentages which would be increased if we increase salaries as well. I'm coming up with something around 18 million in salaries out of total budgets of 33, 34 million or something. So you see our salaries are a big part of our overall budget. Would the board like to direct administration to consider cutting into that $6 million or so that I just mentioned of unrestricted funds that we expect, cutting into that to increase salaries for this year beyond what the salary schedules have already indicated?
Absolutely.
Is it possible to do it, especially with mindfulness towards equity? Because I feel like last year's, not this one, this salary schedule, but the year before, the raises were supposed to be 3%, but I don't think that was true for the higher columns. So the masters and PhDs, the 4s and 5s didn't get as big of a raise. And I think it's causing some discrepancies between years of service and salary.
I have one quick question. I just want to ask Truth something before we decide to direct that. It's my understanding that tax deferrals have gone to October, so for citizens, so we don't know exactly what we're going to be getting in schools. So I think it would be great to give the employees, for me personally, I think an off schedule percentage to look at, so it's not going year after year after year. And then later when things are more solid, then look at maybe a percentage raise to the salary schedule. So I would like something directed at figuring out a percentage for everybody off schedule.
That's what I had in mind, something that won't affect all future years, but could be just a, call it what you will, an employee retention credit or something, I don't know.
A COLA?
Are you talking about,
Well,
Are you
COLA
talking-
would affect the salary schedule permanently.
Josh, are you referring to maybe a one-time
Yeah.
bonus or fund, some kind of?
I'm
fund?
not comfortable as I look ahead, just even economically and consider potential impacts going years forward. I'm not comfortable with the idea of locking in a COLA into the salary schedule that we're going to now need to account for going years out. I'm just talking about a one-time at this point. We'll evaluate next year and with things, but there's uncertainty right now too. So, but yeah, so one time we look at the money that we have in a sense saved, set aside extra, not committed and not part of our reserves, and then we say we want to allocate a certain amount of this towards this one-time, injection for salaries.
May I?
Please, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll advise strongly against it. And I'll tell you why. There's a misconception of fund balance and what's in the bank. We do not have money. And it's a conversation that maybe we might want to have with you, Josh. So fund balance and cash in the bank are two different things. And from what I'm seeing, talking from as your CBO, when we do such kind of things and when we're trying to balance off things, we will be at a deficit. We won't have money. We'll have to go borrow loans to keep the school solvent. So when you see fund balance, those are, actually, let me explain this. Actually, Doug, the previous board member, tried to explain this to the board. Fund balance is basically, it's not liquid cash, right? It's the buildings that we own.
Okay.
So when we say, oh yeah, we have so much, right? No, we don't have so much in the bank. It's the worth of the building and these restricted fund dollars that we are receiving. So that's why I'm saying maybe something like that is something that we need to look very closely at outside this without quickly making a decision. And and also for the record, I'm not talking. I'm not saying this because I don't want anyone getting a raise or anything or one time, but I'm talking this from a professional standpoint of view and what I am seeing for government books. And I would not have done my due diligence if I just sat here and just agreed, right? Of course, ultimately, the board has the decision, but I want the board to be aware that doing something like that might put us in a dire situation for now.
So Truth, I don't think the board's asking to give an off-schedule raise. I think they're asking to see the impact of, say, maybe a 2, a 3, a 4%, and then see how it affects the budget.
Already,
Is that
with,
correct?
I think so.
yeah,
Board
with the
members,
budget
is
narrative
that-
that I presented, from last year to this year, you're talking 1.7 million. Just last year to this year. Because when you say, let's maybe give one time or a raise, remember that when, let's say I'm getting paid 2,000 and then you give me 2,500, right? What happens is that dollar amount, because it's now higher, it's also now affecting the benefits, which also have to go higher, right? Which affects the FICA, which also has to go higher. And as a result, you are not only looking at the dollar amount that you're saying, let's give these people. There's more that's coming along with that.
And what's that at? Is that at like 23% about overall across the board? If you're looking at the benefit of each dollar? I know.
I'll say, yeah, between 23 and 30%.
Yeah, you can look at the 3101 down to 3901 codes
So
to see the
then-
benefits.
So then I guess, so then how much cash are we working with then? If you're saying that all of this is in buildings, like, are we even financially solvent then?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if you want me to, in public, right, to start talking about the cash we have as a school. That's why I'm saying it's a conversation that we might want to have, right? And actually, I think our board president is a signer on the account, if I'm not mistaken. You can actually go in and look at our account.
So we would need to look at
I mean,
a balance sheet to know what the actual
Cash.
assets are, the assets versus the liabilities. That would show current versus like a long-term, like the buildings.
Exactly.
And you're right, I absolutely spoke too soon in my mind thinking that was cash, and you're right, it's not. And I've seen those balance sheets, so I know it's not. It is tied up in things that are not able to be liquidated. I imagine the reserve for economic uncertainties, that's cash. The reserve
Yes.
is cash.
Yes, but I also want to touch on that.
Okay.
Every year, if you look at our books, right, we've been operating at a deficit. And I always kind of use this analogy of you have your checking account and your savings account. So if you are overspending in your checking, you are eating into your savings. You can't walk around and say, oh, I have savings of 5 million, when all the last 3 years you've been having a deficit of maybe 1 million. So you don't have savings. So that's why even with this budget and moving forward, one of the things that we had started talking about in the finance committee was how do we build on our reserves so that we can have the cash? And that's a conversation that we also need to be having at board level and finance committee. But it will all come to perspective. I think, like, I'm willing to show you, Mr. President, and then you'll see for yourself. Then it will all kind of tie together. But I would not have done my due diligence if I don't say that to you guys. And not to say that I'm saying it because I'm saying don't do it, but I'm saying it because accountants are hired to tell people when things are good and when things are bad. So if I sit here, I'm like, oh, okay, let them, throw in the dollar amounts, and then down the road, I'm bringing all this deficit. You guys will be like, okay, truth, we hired you to tell us this. How come you didn't bring this to our attention?
so then I guess, do you think that it's possible to plan and prepare to possibly do something like what we're talking about right now, hypothetically, like proposing next year, by the end of the year? Would we be able to plan and prepare for that?
Yeah, as I think what we can do is have those discussions, see the facts, see the numbers, and see how it impacts everything. And then, yeah, it can or it cannot be done. But I think discussions need to happen, and numbers, we need to actually look at facts and numbers. And then anytime it can even happen second interim or first interim. But it all depends on, is it supported? Do we have what it takes to do that? Or are we pleasing people now, only 6 months down the road, to tell everyone that, okay, everyone is going to be having fellow days or cutting their pay?
And yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, can we make it like a goal, like to try to get that done?
You are the people.
You mean to have a complete analysis of the impact?
Yeah, and put
To
something,
be able
and
to-
put a plan or something in motion to work this, because I mean, California has economically impacted everybody, and like I really don't see us continuing to operate, this way, because you need to keep your employees happy, and you need to show that you care and that they matter, and that we're keeping up with the economy. And I understand that if you can't do it, you can't do it. If the money's not there, it's not there. But there's nothing saying that we can't make it a priority to let those people know that we care and find a solution. And maybe doing a stipend or a bonus or whatever, maybe that's not the solution, but there has to be something. So I'm just saying, like, maybe we should pinpoint this as something that, like, at the very beginning of the year that we begin to discuss.
Yeah.
Yes. Like I said, whatever the board wants, we'll do.
So we need more information. We need to take a deeper look at it. The makeup of the board will change as of July 1st. So I think it's probably appropriate to wait till the first board meeting of the year, of the new school year, and then put something together to do that committee or whatever it is, or whether we just roll that into the task of the finance committee to be able to do that.
And then also, kind of like, not that we are going to end up there, but I'm also going to tell you guys, even from my past experience as an auditor, I saw this happening a lot with some school districts that were failing financially. The last thing we want as a charter school is to be taken over by the county, right? Because once the county takes us over, the county does drastic measures, and I've seen that, right? They will come and basically fire people, cut things, just to make sure, because they have no vested interest per se. They just have to do what needs to be done in order for the school to stay afloat. And those are some of the things that, as we do the analysis and all that, at what point are we now playing, the dangerous game? And also, as we look at facts, let's look at the comm studies, let's look at everything, and it can be done if it needs to be done, right? And if the facts don't support it, again, I'll recommend that. But again, I just want to make it clear, because I respect the board and I operate based on what the board wants. So when it comes down to it, even if the board decides they still want to do it, right, I would have done my part to notify the board, right? But I'm hoping that the board will also take my recommendations and look at them and see, okay, does that make sense? Because when it comes to finances, yeah, it can be a little tricky, But yes, I'm in agreement. We can do make it a goal and look at all those things.
Are there any other questions or comments? So with all that being said, again, this is not for approval until the next meeting, the last meeting of the year. Does anybody else have any questions or would like any more clarification or give input here?
I just want to thank you and your department for putting all this stuff together and giving us printouts and everything. Appreciate it.
No worries. And thank you for all the questions. They actually help clarify certain areas to the board. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Truth. We're going to go ahead and adjourn to closed session. That's 7:13. And we'll head over to the conference room, I think. Is that available, Mark? Thank you. Leave the rest of you folks here with the food. We good?
You ready?
Yeah, not my wife. Not at all. All right. Looks like everybody made it back. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Got 9:26. There was no action taken in closed session. So our final item, the review, discussion, approval of lease renewal, no action taken on that, and nothing to approve there. Our next meeting items, we mentioned earlier the potential of reestablishing a finance committee. As I think about that more, I think that might be better held for the first meeting of the next school year, because we'll know better what the board makeup will be. I'm hoping to have some applicants for board in the next 2 weeks. That will also inform that decision. We'll have the LCAP approval, budget approval. Anything else? Okay. So I have 29th. 4 p.m. the 29th. And we'll be back here for that meeting. Any other comments on any of that for that meeting or questions? All right. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to adjournment. Thank you all.